So good morning everybody. I hope I'm audible. Today our first session will be blockchain technology. Okay, great. And where is the chat box? Okay, great. Both cameras are getting open? No. Yeah. Okay. So we'll be starting the class. Please let me know if you're with me. Just tell me if I'm audible and visible so that we can continue the class. Our today's session will be about real world examples about like how we implement blockchain. It's okay. So good morning. We'll start off with this session. We'll be having two sessions of 9A and 9B. So where we'll discuss numerous number of real world applications of blockchain. So let's start with it. So before that, let us understand what is a case study. A case study is as in-depth analysis of a specific subject or situation. It's like, in our words, let's say when we want to know more about something. So you go in depth, you solve each and everything. We start with A and we go deep till Z. So case study is nothing but doing analysis about something. So just let's have a quick reading about it. A case study is an in-depth analysis of a specific subject or situation aiming to provide detailed insights into its complexities, causes, and outcomes. It involves collecting and analyzing data from various sources to understand real-life scenarios and generate valuable knowledge. So let's say I do case study on a water bottle. So I will say it has one cap and it has these turnings in order to to close the bottle. So doing detailed analysis, what is the shape of bottle, what is the color, what is the material we use. So learning more about it and making a small column or so. So making it simple for everybody to understand. So having a detailed report about something is nothing but case study. So when we talk about blockchain, so what is the first thing we remember? What is the first thing? That is Bitcoin. Because that was the very, very best example for us to actually understand about blockchain technology and how it was really implemented or so. So the first one is Bitcoin. So we all learned what is Bitcoin in our previous class, right? It was, nothing but, one second, yeah. Bitcoin was, it was safe as digital money. We knew it was only like 21 million Bitcoins that can be mined, and already few are mined. I already got, very good answers from you all as well. So let's discuss a little about Bitcoin first. So in general, we know what is blockchain technology as of now, right? So now we will compare this and that together to understand like how Bitcoin is actually related to blockchain. Of course it is, but in what ways? And what are the concepts which we discussed before, and what are they related to in our regular ones? So Bitcoin is like digital money. People use it to buy things online without a bank. So we discussed about this. We saw a big video about this as well. Like, okay. Let's learn about how Bitcoin started and why people like using it. See, first thing, you don't have to rely on anybody. That is also money, but it's not, hard money. It's not in our hand. It's digital currency. And now like let's talk about comfort wise. These days, if we want to, make a payment, we prefer UPI over cash. And every other person, that is the vendors, also have UPI over cash because that's easy. Holding on to so much amount of cash, and it's like they find it risky, and let's say our amount is somewhere around 946, so that's 6 rupees also, so they can't get the change, and like many other reasons, right? But all this are simply replaced with UPI. Just like that, Bitcoin is the same. And let's compare its real insights for blockchain. Okay, so starting with it, first thing, everybody will have a copy of the Bitcoin's unique number, and ownership details will be in the block. So that's a different thing, right? So now coming to Bitcoin, as everybody will have a copy of it, and let's say in notes you can replicate it, right? You print the notes same, like just take a Xerox out of it, try to make it look like a near real note, and nobody can identify, because not everybody will have the copy of all the notes ever printed. But in Bitcoin, everybody will have a copy of the Bitcoin which was being mined, which has been mined. So as everybody has this copy, it's very easy to identify if there is somebody trying to replicate, because this Bitcoins, you're not going to again use it like a hard money. You're not going to give it to somebody in hands. It's only digital currency, right? So yeah, and now let's see how Bitcoin's topic is, what do we say? It's related to regular blockchain technology, right? First thing, it's transparent, it's decentralized. That is, we already discussed about this topic very nicely in detail, right? So it was centralized and decentralized. That was the last class. So how it differs and how decentralized systems actually help us. Why should we adopt it also, right? So this is one of it. So Bitcoin, as we already know, let's not go very much into it because we already understand most of the points. So putting this, what we say, our blockchain technology into new thing, that is tracking toys. What is this tracking toys? This is, toys doesn't matter, it's for the kids, but for them to understand, find it interesting. But in general, tracking is our subject, where we are going to use blockchain technology into this. So like let's say, now that Amazon, Flipkart and all these apps we start off with ordering it, right? You have a order ID. That single order ID is unique and it's only assigned to you till your order is delivered. So let's see how it actually works. So let's say once you order the product, the manufacturer will have that number. Using that, he'll know, like he'll get all your details or so, because you have ordered. So what is this logistics partner? Let's say there's a person. See, it can be in two ways, that you directly buy it from the manufacturer or you directly buy it from the retailer. So here let's talk about a product. Let's not take about the examples of an order, but a product. Or let's say we have our two-wheelers, right? And it has a chassis number or the engine number, which is unique for everybody, and it's been tested during the bikes documents and all that. So when we start with it, it starts from the manufacturer. The person, whoever makes it, will have a copy of that number, right? So now when it goes to the logistics partner, that is the person who is willing to buy it in bulk and selling it to different people, right? So that logistics partner will have 10 to 20, let's say he's buying 10 or 20 two-wheelers. I'm just taking an example. So in that 20 two-wheelers, he'll have the number of every two-wheeler, so unique ID which is there on the engine or the chassis, right? So this logistics partner will divide them among themselves and send it to a warehouse where he can store all of them. So here this logistics partner, whoever is there, he might buy 10 from one company, another 10 from different company or so. But every two-wheeler needs to have this unique number. And it's not about just the, what we say, this number can be repeated in any company. No, right? So same way, they are sent to the warehouse accordingly, and he will divide it according to his numbers. So now the retailer who buys from these logistics partners will take, let's say he'll buy only 5 and he needs the numbers of the 5. So now let's say if the manufacturer, or let's say it went to the customer also, that is somebody came, bought it in and went. Let's say the manufacturer wants to track the two-wheeler which he sold it or so, right? So if he wants to track it, what is the only thing he has? The unique number which was on the chassis, right? And let's say we also know there's a chain, right? So now that number is with the manufacturer and also the customer. But does the customer have the data about the manufacturer, or does the manufacturer have the data about the customer? No. So your data is safe, but everybody know where where it is going, because the manufacturer will know that the logistic partner took it went to the warehouse or so, right? So here we can talk about the topic transparency. Yes. So as everything is transparent, it's we know what transactions are taking place. Transaction in the sense it is going from the manufacturer to logistics partner and from him to the warehouse or so on, right? So here we can talk about things like transparency first of all. Second thing, it's very easy to track. So let's say one person is actually trying to there's no way you can change the chassis number, but let's say he or she changes it. So when you want to verify if it's original or not, when you check the number, you'll understand immediately, because each product has that unique number, and even if somebody tries to replicate it, of course, in talking about general, you can replicate it, but isn't it easy to identify if you want to check, right? Because it's transparent and that unique number differentiates it from all the other things. So this is the second case study. See, now in the first one, Bitcoin, many of the blockchain concepts get involved, and coming to the second one, we saw transparency and we saw this unique numbers thing, right? So let's go to the next case study, that is secure voting. From past 2 days we have been discussing how we can use the secure voting, how we can get secured voting using blockchain technology. So blockchain can help making voting safer and fairer by keeping track on every vote. So let's say we have the voter list, okay, and we have the fingerprints, because we all have this ID cards, right? Aadhaar card or so. So each fingerprint will be given its unique ID. Got it? So once if this unique IDs are there, he or she will actually go to vote. When they do it, once they put because these fingerprints are the only ones which are super unique and nobody can replicate them, right? So let's say each fingerprint is of course something new, but then let's say we give one unique ID for that as well. We'll generate a hash code or so, and everybody will have one unique ID. So once if we put this fingerprint and your vote is posted, once your voting is done, let's say another person comes with your name. The first thing, he or she won't be able to come because it's fingerprint based. Once if it's fingerprint based, we have this list, and once you voted, your vote is casted. And now, is there any chance that this you can't press thrice and you can't put 3 votes, right? I hope you got the point. So once you do it, it's there. So we can use this blockchain. So here again, once you type a number, you get the details, and once the details are there, you cannot change it, right? So that again comes like in blockchain technology, we had a concept called immutability, right? So in this immutability concept, we learned that once details are added, it cannot be changed. So we can use that in secure voting. In what way? By adding all your details into a block or blockchain, like block into block. So once your details are safe, nobody can try to replicate them or change them. So once your details are there, nobody can change them, and once you go to vote, your details are there, right? Okay, so let's go to the next topic. Next topic in the sense how vote can help. First thing, the details cannot be changed. Second thing, once your vote is casted, that is your unique ID has been transferred, like the data. We can actually talk about this like our Bitcoin. So you can send your data like from one A to D or E or whatever person you want to, but nobody will know what's in the data, but everybody will know that you voted. So maybe we can have a, like, how do I tell you, we can have a system where everybody will know if he or she has already casted their vote, right? So once I cast my vote, everybody all over India, everybody can see that I have posted my vote, but nobody will be able to see to whom I posted the vote. Once, I mean, like, so of course you're safe, nobody will know that to whom you have done. And second thing, nobody can try to reuse your vote, or if you don't vote, somebody else cannot come in your name. So in this EVM tampering and all, there was a news that, let's say, there are old people who passed away and they didn't take their death certificate or something like that yet. What these people do is they send somebody else in the same name and tell them to cast the vote, because there's one more vote that is going to add into their thing, right? So because of not having these unique IDs or not having this fingerprint system, there is a chance to do that. So, and we Indians will try to find some or the other way, right? Just like that, if once we have this system, there is no way that somebody else can come and replicate it. Great. So we'll learn, like, so now we understood how we can actually use this secure voting into our what we say in our voting systems so far. So let's keep going to the next one. How do we have this blockchain technology into keeping medical records safe? What is this medical record safe? Like, why do we even need these medical records? So let's circle back to the point again. Okay. So as we were talking, keeping these medical records safe, right? Let's discuss 3 points about it. Here, having what we say, how do I tell you now? Let's say you are a person, you're born, and we start a medical record in your name with your own unique ID again. No matter which hospital you're brought up in, or like born in, or no matter where you are. But once we start having a medical record for you, let's say, it's very easy for the doctor to actually diagnose you, first of all. Second thing, it's very easy, for the insurance companies or even the government or whatever it is. So once your ID is put up there, all your medical history will be appearing there. So won't that actually help you to, help the doctor to diagnose it? Yes or no? I just need your answer. I don't want to reveal the matter in the medical records, but I want y'all to answer how we can, use blockchain technology into medical records. So meanwhile, I will open the next one, but I want y'all to keep trying with it. I want y'all to answer about how we can keep these medical records safe. Once I get like 1 or 2 answers, then I'll be going to the next part, and then we'll just recap everything, and we'll just add up points about how it is related to blockchain also. Right, so I just want you all to put up a small message how we can use this blockchain into medical records safe. I already made 2 to 3 points, but I want you all to answer to keep the session interactive. I'll just wait for a minute or so. So please put up your answers. I request you all to please keep this chat interactive, so that it's good for it, benefits both of us. And of course, there is one topic where you will have to come up with your own case study. That will be one of your assignment, and you can put the titles also in the chat. Like, now so far you have understood what is this what we say, case studies, right? So how we are putting that into blockchain, and how how is it even related, how can we collaborate both of them in order to maintain our security, safety, and proper record of something, right? And so that nobody can replicate you. So I request you all to please put up one or two messages. Meanwhile, I will be going to the next one, and I want you all to type your messages meanwhile, because that will be great, so that it will be interactive as well. So the next case study is protecting land ownership. So what is this protecting land ownership? This point also we have discussed before, that let's say you have one big land and each block belongs to one person. Excuse me. Yeah, each land belongs to one person, right? So here we can say that when you own a land and people try to take it away unfairly, like, of course, this has happened in India, and we already know few situations about it. So he or she can go to the court that this is mine, that is yours, and like that's how fights keep going on and all. But let's say here we have details. It's not about the unique number again, it's about the details, it's about the data once you store it in the block. And when we talk about blockchain technology, we know that these things are immutable. Yes? So if once added, they cannot be changed. So again, you might get a point that what if we want to transfer it to somebody else's name? So then you can add another block of data which will put that. The thing is, you can say it went to A to B and then B to C. So you can put two documents for this one land. Like, let's say this whole thing is a block. In that you can keep on adding blocks whenever you sell your land or so. But everything will be clear enough that once it was owned by this person and then it was owned by this person or so, right? So we can use this blockchain technology. It's not about unique number here, but it's about the data which is safe and which cannot be changed. Again, the topic of immutability is here. And again, there's a concept of transparency also here, that we know that A has given his property to B, or B has given his property to C or so. But nobody will know what is the amount of property or what are their names and all. But it's transparent that the transaction has happened. Right? Let's say we'll know that A has sold it to B, but we don't know what is the amount for which B has sold it. A has sold it to B, right? So the data in it is always secure, but it's transparent enough that everybody will know that this land is owned by a particular person, and we don't have to worry about it, right? I still don't see any answers for the medical records. I request you all to please put at least 2 to 3 points how we can use blockchain technology in keeping these medical records safe. So at least I need 1 to 2 answers. Please keep the chat interactive. It's not just about good mornings, but it should be more about the subject. I request you all to please keep while I continue, because I think there's a little lag. So I'll be continuing, but I need your answers in the chat box. Yeah, I'll keep moving. Please put your answers. The question is, how to keep these medical records safe using blockchain technology. So what are the concepts we are going to put them in, in order to keep it safe? So yeah, I'll keep moving forward. We were talking about this protecting land ownership. So as I was talking, there are few things. That is, one is it's immutable, that is the data once added cannot be changed. So once I get the data added to my name that this land belongs to me, nobody else can actually take it from me, right? So that is one. And second thing, transparent. Let's say I have sold it to somebody, I've sent this land documents to somebody or so. It's transparent that it went to A to B, but nobody will know what went to A to B there, what is the amount or those type of details. Yeah, I got an answer. In medical history, what treatment we are going on will be protected by blockchain. Yeah, I got your point, and that's perfect answer. Reshma, yes, thank you so much for the answer as well. So it's, yeah, what she was trying to tell is, well, let's say we have a history of treatments. Let's say you have some particular set of problems. So, and let's say you had it around 20 years back, and after 20 years you kind of forget it because it is healed, right? But then maybe that might be a reason that it is affecting now, right? So once you have a record of everything you have been treated with, it is very easy to the doctor to diagnose, first of all. Second thing, it will be protected by blockchain. Like nobody else can take it again. Nobody, only with your permissions or so the doctor can diagnose it, but nobody else can actually take your data. But this can be, we can give few excuses that, oh, my voice is not audible. Am I audible now? Please let me know. Is my voice audible? I hope it should be audible now because I'm talking loudly as well. So please let me know if I'm audible or not. Just put up 1 or 2 messages that if I'm audible, and I'll be moving forward. I just need 1 or 2 answers that I'm audible in order to move forward. Yes, I am audible. Great. So I'll be moving forward to this. Yes. That's great. So yeah, protecting land ownership, as we discussed, it's transparent enough, first of all. And the second thing, we have all the data which is immutable. The other 2 concepts which we saw in protecting land ownership. So now let's go to the next point, helping others. So what is this helping others? Like how? So let's have a quick reading. When people need help, charity and aid groups step in, right? So we have seen many NGOs or many people who, CM funds and relief funds which we have, and we kind of donate to them because we understand the situation is not so good. But do we really know where our money is actually going into? No, right? So, but then how blockchain technology is going to help us track these? So now, when people need help, these people step in. So let's say I send an amount of 100 rupees, and I am having this unique ID, transaction ID, I would say, and that transaction ID. I got one more answer. We can keep the data secured of the person who's been treated with the help of blockchain. Data secured of the person who's been treated. You can maybe, let's say, only the doctor will know when he wants to treat, and your data is safe in such a way that you'll be, let's say, we can put it like everybody will know, or the doctor or the other person will be knowing that you have been diagnosed with certain things, but nobody will know what were your results, like what happened then or so. So in that way also it's secured, because maybe we can make it like the doctor will like ask you on whatever information you want to disclose, that you can, right? So that's one more thing. That's a great answer, Rida. Thank you so much. So let's keep moving. So next one is helping others. So as we were talking, let's say I have a unique ID, or I have one transaction ID where the transaction ID remains till my money goes to some point, or maybe even after that. So we can come up with an idea like, maybe we can come up with an idea like, I will send certain amount, let's say 10,000 to charity, and I'll have a ID where I can track, like the NGO or whichever I'm giving this money to or donating to will give me an ID where I can track where this money is going. So he or she might put it in giving food to people, or he or she might put it to giving clothes to people, or whatever it is. So we can have a track of this, where to which vendor it is going, and for what it is going, and how many they have purchased, and now where are these things going. So once if I have a tracking ID, and maybe this should not be like the data should be stored permanently, but instead it should be in such a way that the person who donated will know where it is going. And also, once these charities or once these trusts are let's say open enough and they're transparent enough, there is no point of this income tax department, or there's no point in even being scared, right? People try to turn their black money into white money using these type of trusts and charities. I don't know if you all know it, but we have seen a lot of it in the previous days. So now, Once if we have this tracking ID where you will know where your money went and for what your money went and to which vendor it has been going and to which person it has been going. So if you have that data or so, it's very easy for us to, and many people will actually come forward to donate things, donate amount or things, because they'll know where it is going. Because most people just stop, because we think that it might not actually go for help, but instead it's going to get taken away from somebody. So here, using this blockchain technology where we can give them a tracking ID and we can give them information of all these details, it's very we can gain the trust of people, where we will come forward in order to donate, or we will come forward because of the trust we have, the transparency they will be giving us, and we will know where it went, right? Because we might not know which exact person, let's say a person somewhere who is stuck in floods, we might not know the person's name and where it went, but at least we will know it has reached that place once we have this ID, right? So this is it for today's lecture, that is all the case studies. So now I want you all to come up with your own case study which is related to blockchain. Just take 5 minutes of time. Think about at least one topic where we can use this blockchain technology into our real life examples. Even one concept, that is transparency, or only one concept, that is immutability. I know I've taken most of it, but there are still a lot more examples right out there. I just need at least 2 to 3 answers, and I will move forward once I get those answers. So I'll be waiting for 5 minutes. Please take a 5 minute to think about any concept that is related to blockchain, or we can implement blockchain into those. I will be seeing the chat box, so I request you all to please put at least 1 or 2 messages about that, in order to so that I'll know that you all are with me, and I'll know that if you understood the concepts better or not. If not, I can actually go back and repeat. I also got a feedback. Thank you so much for your feedbacks that the classes are going great, and also that I'll be going a little slow, so that we all have everybody in our track, as our audience are, it's a mixture. So I need at least 1 or 2 answers of your own case study ideas. Take any topic and please let me know. I will be waiting for your answers. A very great answer, Reshma. Depositing fees money for our course in university. So exactly. So where is it going? So once maybe we can track it, right? Like let's say our fees, let's say 1 lakh rupee. So in that, 10,000 will be going for the salaries, 20,000 will be going for the lab equipment, and also once we have this division and we can track that, that's a great initiative. And we will not even think about is it more or less, because we have the trust that it's going in the perfect way. That's a very nice example. I request everybody else to respond as well. 1 or 2 examples would be great. Come up with your own case study, and please do not try to copy the same thing. So you can actually make a whole paragraph about it, Reshma, for the assignment, about the same concept, how we can. And I also want you to put what type of concepts are we using. Like transparency, or what, I mean, which concepts are being highlighted while we use it in this concept, in this particular region. So I got one more answer: blockchain for Commodity trade function. That's a very, deep and perfect answer. So, like, where do we use it? Like, just give me a minute. Yeah, I got supply chain management. Okay, wow, I got one more answer. Okay, wow. So here, commodity trade finance, coming back to that point, it's like you'll know all the transactions about that particular trade. About the, particular, it's transparent enough. So here, the most used topic will be transparency, like the most highlighted topic will be transparency, right? And I got one more answer, that is supply chain management. The end-to-end visibility, traceability and accountability of blockchain is useful in managing supply chains. Wow, we also have a concept here for the supply chain management where we learn deep into it. That's a very good example. It's the end-to-end visibility, that is nothing but the transparency concept again. And traceability, so let's say you want to know something about in that supply chain management, in that particular thing. So where you can actually let's say you want to know where your product is or so. Vaccination records for kids. Wow, that's a perfect example. One more. So this vaccination record might come under the medical thing as well, and I really like that answer as well. I'm very happy that it's being very interactive also. So we'll just repeat once more about we'll repeat about whatever we discussed today. And I also want you all to put the objectives, like is what transparency, decentralization, trust, and what else did we learn? Immutability. So these type of concepts in the thing which you are telling, so that will make it clear. And I'm very glad to get answers from you. Thank you for keeping it very much interactive. So we'll just repeat whatever we have done and we can close the session. So yeah, first of all, we discussed about what is a case study. So it's nothing but in-depth analysis. That's a perfect word we can use, and that's how it's going to go. So here it will help. Okay, so now when we talk about these case studies, and I took Bitcoin as an example, or we took something else as an example, there we can say that we are looking deep into some certain set of insights. So when we talk about Bitcoin, we came up with the concepts of blockchain and how we relate this to that and that to this. And when we were speaking about the medical records, we were talking about the unique ID where all your records are kept safe, right? So just like that, one particular thing where we do in deep analysis. So here your assignment will be the same, where you'll have to choose a topic, and in that topic you'll have to you'll have to take one objective or one concept and do a deep case study of how that can be used in our concept with the blockchain technology, right? So yeah, that we discussed today. Next, let's keep going. So in Bitcoin, okay, let's discuss about in concept wise. So what all we use in Bitcoins. Just give me a minute. Yeah. So here what all we use in Bitcoins, coming to that, we have transparency, and we have this hash function where everything is unique. Third thing is trust, that you don't have to believe in any other bank or a person or so, because here everybody is their boss and it's decentralized coming to Bitcoin. And what other concepts do we have in Bitcoin? Yeah, the data can be transferred, but we can do a transaction, but your data is safe, right? That is one more thing which we can do in Bitcoin. So the second case study which we had was tracking toys. Yeah. In this tracking toys, we have, you know, like we can track, let's say we send out one product out, and we can track them, like where it went. Let's say once, if a person wants to check if it's original or not. Now we have this, let's say we talk about this Rolex watches, right? So they're very costly, and of course they also have their unique chip numbers inside, and we get it outside. And if you want to go check if it's original or not, you can simply use that. So for all the let's say, okay, the regular ones we kind of leave it, nobody really cares. But when we talk about this, the regular ones, we can actually, check these for knowing if they're original or not, right? If gold and silver, these metals, of course you'll know original or not by some methods. But the products, it's not very easy to differentiate and understand if it's original or not, right? So maybe we can use this unique number, the concept of hash in blockchain technology for tracking certain things, tracking products. Instead of tracking toys, we can use the word tracking products, right? So, and what else we have it here? The first thing, we can check it's if it's real or not, if it's the real product or replicated product. So here we will know if it's once added, it cannot be changed. So we know it is immutable. If there is one more of the same, that means first of all we already know that it's fake. Second thing, we will also know that somebody is trying to replicate them if we have the same number matching, right? So that is one more thing. We can say immutability can be a key for tracking, and transparency is, there's no transparency here because not everybody can see what is happening. So we can't tell that the transparency topic of blockchain can be used in tracking, but we can have this, as we were telling, the hash. Let's say A block has certain number, that is Genesis block. It goes to B. The hash is carried by B, and so on. So once this is happening, so let's say it's going from, let's say you ordered something from Amazon, and it goes from the manufacturer to this delivery person, and like that delivery person will send it to some other hub, that will be given to some other delivery boy or so. So here we can say that each hash, so we'll start with the Genesis block where you gave your order. So once everything is taking place, the hash value is adding to the next one in order to help you track. So here we can use that concept for tracking. And so here transparency is not a thing, but tracking is a thing. And second thing is that it's very easy to identify as it has this unique number. So that is the second concept. And let's go to the next one, that is secure voting. Here we can, as we were talking, here it's all about this unique number here, and it's all about the immutability. Once your details are added, it cannot be changed, and once your vote is casted, it cannot be removed. So here we can say it is immutability concept, and you can also say it's transparent, because once you voted, maybe we can give a thing that your vote is done or not, right? To know in a better way if your vote is casted or not. And once your vote is casted, you cannot do it again. So here what topics come in? Transparency comes in, and then immutability comes in, and what all concepts yet? Just think of few. Please put it in the chat box as well. So I hope now you understood how your case study should be. So it's not just about the title, it's also about the topics like the concepts of blockchain which we are going to put these involved, right? So just come up with one more like that. And now the next one will be medical records, right? In medical records also, but the thing is, not everybody is open to give their details to a doctor, right? They want to know only about certain things, and they don't want them to know about everything. So maybe here we can, in medical records also, let's say there's a big blockchain of one person. In that blockchain, each history, like let's say it's related to ortho, it will be in one. It's related to something else, like maybe
gastro it is one. So each thing can be divided in such a way to understand the history of it, and not all your details are out and not all your details are in. So it's only that the required part will be going to the doctor, where even your data is secured and your health is also. So that is one more concept we can say. And here what do we use? Here again immutability once it is, but here immutability concept might not work, because sometimes when you do your test twice the results vary, and maybe once you had this and after a while it's not there. So here we need to we need to replace it with the every new thing in order to understand, right? So here immutability concept might not actually work, but here transparency and tracking can work. So here there's transparency in the sense that this person has gone to this doctor or so, right? So this is for this. And now next, in protecting land ownership, we have transparency first of all, and then we have this immutability where every data has to be added again, but no data will be there kept there, right? So that is one more. And what else do we have in this land ownership? What are the concepts? So now I hope you understood like what I'm trying to tell in a clear way. You have to choose one case study and the two topics or two functions which are related to the blockchain, right? So once if you come up with a case study, you will understand blockchain technology in a better way, whatever topic you have been choosing. And this case study, in talking about teachers' point of view, you can give the kids a case study of very easy things about where they can insert blockchain in their own school life, or give them a concept, or maybe in their society or so, right? So once they come up with this, they will understand the concepts in such a better way, and they will relate everything, and they might come up with very new innovative ideas about how this blockchain can be actually used. So blockchain is not just about cryptocurrency. It's not just about mining bitcoins or ethers or whatever, but it's a lot more than that. It's a secure concept. So maybe they might come up with even better things, just like y'all. So I want y'all to understand what I'm trying to tell in a particular way, and I request y'all to please put them in the chat box as well. Take a topic and what are the concepts we are going to use in that. So that is my point. And yeah, talking about land ownership, we were discussing that owning having that immutability concept is important here, because nobody can take, let's say, even if some dispute has come up, even if they went to the court, we will have all the records safe and kept in a sequence or series manner, as we were talking about blockchain structure. It was linear, right? So the blockchain is connected linearly, and it's block to block, it's peer to peer, right? And oh yeah, I got it done. So okay, yeah, that's fine. So even if a concept rises up, even if there's a dispute and you go to the court, you'll have the record of who owned it first and who was it sold to and why. Because let's say if it is in that extent, we can also access the data in that extent, but not a common man can see to the data. So this might come under this private blockchains, right? So coming to this point, here we use the concept of immutability. Second thing, we use the concept of having a record of one single thing, but it might have hundreds of records, right? So first, who owned it, like who started it, and maybe sold, that property got sold some hundreds of times. It's not for everyone. It's easy to track down the first person who sold it, right? But having this blockchain technology, once you type the name, number of the property, you know who had it. It's easier in that way. And we will also know all the details, like where it is, in which year, what took place, what details. So basically, you're going to make a report using this blockchain technology about your land ownership. So that is the next one. And the last one was our helping hands, helping others, I need to say, sorry. So it's nothing but simple, right? As we were talking, we need a tracking ID where you will know where your money actually went. Great. So it's simply about tracking ID. Maybe it's it's the best concept to say it's transparent, that, and it's best concepts to build trust. So here, transparency, trust, and immutability. So once donated, you cannot change it, right? So let's say I donated 10,000 first and again 5,000. That 5,000 will have separate records, 10,000 will have separate records. That is two different blocks, but they all come under one chain, that is my chain, right? So once done, like each transaction, let's say I want to donate 15,000 at once, but I did it like two times in two different transactions, that needs to be noted down. Because you need to know how it is used, right? So here what are the concepts again for helping others? We can say transparency, trust, immutability, that once added it cannot be changed, and it's decentralized because everybody has access to it. Everybody, so of course an outsider cannot come and tell to give the money to this particular thing, but of course for these NGOs are open to things where it is most required. So it's like again decentralization concepts also come into picture when we talk about this helping others concept and using blockchain into them. So yeah, that will be today. That's it for the class today. I want you all to put 2 to 3 answers, or I mean, if you have any questions, please put it in the chat box. Or if there is no question, also, please let me know that we don't have any questions in order to move forward. But before that, I want you all to come up with I mean, like, even people before who kept one thing there in the chat box, I want you all to put a colon and write down what are the things we are going to use, like transparency, decentralized, or trust. So those type of things, tracking with the unique number or so. So I mean, select any. If you want, you can use all. So Bitcoin has all of the things which we use in blockchains, right? So just like that, whatever concept you have been coming up, just put a hyphen, write down those 2 topics as well, and that will be perfect. I will be waiting for your answer and also your questions. So we have 15 more minutes, that is for Q&A, where you will be giving me your questions and I can answer it. And also please give your answers in the same way. Please let's make it interactive and so on. And once I get your answers, we will end the session. Please let me know if there are no questions also, and also please come up with your answers. Topic is clear, so that's very great to hear. If you have any questions, anybody else, please let me know. So there are no questions, but also please post your answers in the same way. I request you all to post your answers about the case studies which you will be doing, and also the question, like the topic beside it with a hyphen, as I told. that is very clear to me, but I want you all to come up with at least 2 to 3 answers with one concept of what your case study will be and what are the things that might be concentrated. Please take 5 minutes of time and then we will go for a break. Please give me at least 2 answers and for me to move forward. And in the next class, we will discuss about several new topics that will be coming along. So in the next class, as we were talking about, we got an answer right about smart contracts as well. So in the next class, we will be learning about smart contracts, what is it, and you know, we'll have questions about that, and we will know how it works, what are the advantages, or so. Okay. So meanwhile, please put up your answers. That would be great. At least 1 or 2 answers. As I already got 2 answers, 2 more will work. Will do. I request you all to please put up those answers and we can close the session. To 1 or 2 answers that will work for me, or at least the previous people who has put up with their answers, just put a hyphen and add the topics which we'll be using, like transparency or decentralization or whatsoever. Come up with one case study using these topics. An assignment regarding the same, where you'll have to write the same thing in a like big paragraph way. So please, I request you all to start thinking and give 2 to 3 answers at least, so that I will also be clear that you are good with the topics and that you'll be able to do the assignment, or at least tell me if you will be able to do the assignment in the point of given time. Let's say you take 1 or 2 days for the same. At least put up that in the chat box that you'll be able to do the assignment, so that I'll add that in the question. That will be easy for me. So please put up at least that one. If you don't have topics right now, maybe you'll have to think about it. Please put that, you'll be able to do the assignment or so, that you'll be able to do it. consider that I don't know if you'll be doing your assignments or not. So we'll go for a break. We'll come back with the next class. Please take a break and please come back in 5 minutes or so. Thank you so much.
Hi. Is your small business relying on an email inbox to handle customer
In this tutorial, we're Good morning, everyone. I hope you are doing well. So, welcome back to our cloud computing session. I hope I'm audible for you all. Just please respond for my things. Once again, good morning, everyone. Okay, I hope I'm audible for you all. So let's get start our today's session. So before starting our today's session, we'll just recap what we have done on last session, and then we'll slowly understand what we are going to do today, and we have an hands-on experience. Okay. So before that, I'll just recap what we have done last class. So last class we have done few things. We understand about the applications which are provided by the cloud. For example, we have learned about Google Docs, Google Slides. Okay, we have done about Google Docs, Google Slides, yeah, and Google Sheets. And we also learned about what is the difference between doing these all docs and slides, yeah, Google Sheets. So we have learned about difference between what is the difference if we do it in the offline, and what is the advantage if we go for the cloud. And I also taught you like how to share the documents in different ways, how to restrict the document to share it, or how to give the ownership for the others, yeah. And also we learned about what is the major difference between giving an authorization of owner, as well as we have other option called just only viewer option, and we also have a option called commenter, and what are the differences between those all we have learned. I hope you all are clear with those topics. So if you can tell me if you have any doubts, or if you are clear with that in the chat, so that I can start today's session. So I'll give 2 minutes for you. So I'll wait for 2 minutes. So please let me know if you have any doubts. And also I'm asking you, is the lecture okay, the speed? Should I reduce my speed, or should I go in the same pace? Please let me know. Okay, so let's get started today's session. So today's session is all about understanding the different services of emails. Example of Gmail, Outlook. We have different services, email services we have. What we have learned yesterday are the different services, and what we are going to learn today are the different services. Yesterday we learned about these all things which are shareable, yes. Whereas today it's all about email services. What is the use of email service? How exactly the cloud is helping in the email service? Yes. How we are using email service? These all things we'll learn. So before that, I just want to tell you, okay, what is Gmail? Okay, then what is the difference of Gmail? What is the email? So before going to the Gmail, I'll tell you what is email. So email is an electronic mail which helps us to share the information, or share the what we call data with someone else through the electronic devices. So for example, if we say normally we used to write letters, right? So those letters will be shared through the physical way, but when it comes to email, mailing it through the electronic devices. So we don't use any physical pen and paper or something. We just directly send a message or send a mail through the electronic device. So let's go for the Gmail. What is Gmail? So it is a service provider. Like Gmail is used for sending emails. So that service is provided by the Google. We have other thing like Outlook. We have different services, but the Gmail is service provided by the Google. So there are different features for the Gmail. So that is like sending mails. Yeah, we also have organizing the files in different formats. Yeah, so you can get a doubt that only Gmail, Outlook, these are the email services or any other things. So let's say we also do chatting in the different social media platforms. For example, WhatsApp, okay, Instagram, different social media platforms we used to do the chattings, right? But the difference between these emails and those are thing like those are not emails. Those are also similar, like we send through the electronic devices, okay, but not a mail format. Every mail have a format which has a title, which has a subject, and we can also say we have details in the bottom, a signature, we call that as signature. So only the things which have subject, which have body, yeah, we have signature, these things we call as the mails. Whereas it also have a longer information. We used to write mails not in 1 to 2 lines. We used to write different paragraphs. We call that as body. So those things we call as mails. Where in the other hand, what we call these WhatsApp messages, these things, those are like we directly contact whoever have a contact in our phones, or if you go for Instagram, whoever has a friends, only we can chat with them. It can be informal way, but when it comes to mails, that should be a formal way and organized way. So that is a basic difference. Only emails can be a different, and the chatting platforms can be a different. So let's go into the detail about the Gmails. So I'll show you how to send a mail, how to send a Gmail. Okay. Before that, I'll show you what is the difference between mail and Gmail. As I told you, email is a electronic mail where anyone can use it. Okay. It doesn't need that you should have only Gmail to use do the emails. You can go for Outlook. That called as hotmails. We call Outlook mails called as hotmails. So email is an electronic mail where everyone can use. Anyone which have different formats of mails, we can use email. But the other hand, Gmail is a platform. Okay, Gmail is a platform where we do the emails. Where we do the emails. The Gmail is a platform which is owned by the Google. Only who have a Google account, who have a Gmails, those only can use Gmail to send the mails. But email is not the same thing. Email is a what we call electronic process, that is a process where we can do with the different platforms. But when it comes to the Gmail, we can't do that mails through the different platforms. Only we need to use which is provided by the Google. So quickly I'll show you how to use the Gmail. Okay, how to send the mails. So I'll show you this thing. I hope you are able to see the screen.
Now that you have your Gmail account set up, it's time to compose your first email. In the left menu pane, click the plus button to compose a new email. There are 3 main parts to the email that you'll always need to have. Recipients, which are the people that you're sending the email to, a subject, which tells your recipients what the email is about, and the body, which is the message itself. Let's start by adding some recipients. You can type 1 or more email addresses here. If the person is already in your contacts, you can just start typing their name, and it will appear below. Then you can press the Enter key or the Tab key to add the person. You can add a lot of email addresses really quickly this way. Another way to add recipients is to click the word To, and then you can select the contacts that you want. When you're finished, click Select. For the subject, you can just type something brief that describes what the email is about. And in the body field, you can type your message. Now, before we send this email, there are some additional things that we can do. Sometimes you may want to add recipients to the CC or BCC fields, which stand for carbon copy and blind carbon copy. Carbon copy is used a lot in the business world, and it basically just lets the person know that they're not the main recipient, while still keeping them in the loop. Blind carbon copy is similar, except it hides the recipient's email address from everyone else. For this email, we don't really need to use either of these. You can also attach a file if you want. For this email, we might want to add a flyer that people can print. You'll be able to see the upload progress here, and larger attachments may take a while to upload. And it's nice to include a short note, just to let your recipients know what the attachment is. Finally, we can add various types of formatting to the body of the email. For example, it would be good to format this web address as a link so that people can click on it. I'll select it, and then click the link button. If you want, you can click Change to change the display text to something different. You can also use these buttons to add other formatting like colors, fonts, and bulleted or numbered lists. Since this email is pretty informal, a little bit of color can help add some personality to it. But in a more serious email, like a job application, it's better to stick with more traditional formatting. The final step is to click Send. Now there's one more thing that I'd like to mention. Many people like to create a signature that will appear at the end of every email that they send. To do this, click the gear icon and select Settings. Then scroll down until you see the signature area. Typically, a signature will include your name and some kind of contact info, like an email address or a phone number. But keep in mind that this will be seen by everybody who gets an email from you, so you may not want to include anything too personal, like a home address. When you're done, scroll to the bottom of the page and click Save Changes. And now, whenever you compose an email, your signature will appear at the end.
GCF Global, creating opportunities for a better life.
If you really want to be a CEO, want to be an
So
entrepreneur,
I hope
to take the first
you
step,
know
create the
basic
LLC. It
what
doesn't
are
really
the
cost that much to create a company.
things
Everyone's
will
scared
be
about, like, going out and
shown in
just creating a
the
company, right?
Gmail.
Well, if you actually
So
do it,
let's
that's
say
like the one
Gmail
step.
is a
Because now you have
platform
company
where
name,
we
now you
send
have an
the
identity,
mails.
now you're like maybe
But
one of
we
the
also
biggest
have a
names. Now it's
different
just like, okay, I gotta fill this,
providers.
whether it's a product,
Yeah.
a
Gmail is
service,
provided by the
people.
Google,
And
whereas
I know
Outlook is
a
provided
lot
by
of
the
entrepreneurs, and I've never
Microsoft.
heard anyone say, "Go ahead and
So
file your
the basic
LLC." It's sort of like
help
you're
of this
accountable.
Outlook is when we use the Microsoft, it is also same like a Gmail, where we can
If
send
you're a web
the
designer, here are
mails,
4 Wix
where we
Studio
can have a
features you've
signatures.
gotta know.
Yeah, where we can also use that mails.
So first on the list,
So the
Section
major
Grid.
difference
I'm
is
talking about a revolutionary
the
tool that
Outlook
lets you
we
create
have
your
a
own
tracking
intricate
option,
layouts, but still keeps it
which
intuitive at
helps us
every
to
step.
track when
So
we
you can
have a
split
different
cells,
meetings, when we
create
have
gaps
a different
between them,
things.
drag to
So
resize, and swap
this
them around.
Outlook is
All right,
integrated
this
with
next
the
feature has saved me hours
different
of work.
apps which is provided by the
Responsive AI.
Microsoft.
You set up your
We
design
have
once,
Microsoft
and with
Teams,
just one click,
where it's
it'll
same like
analyze the
a
section and automatically
Google Meet.
adjust the response
So where
behaviors
the Google
for
Meet
each
is
element to fit every
provided by
breakpoint.
the
Another huge
Google.
time saver, no
when it comes
code
to the
animation.
Microsoft,
You can create
call
unique
as
brand experiences with anything from
Teams.
micro animations to rich
But
complex
the difference
interactions
between
and
Teams and
easily
Google Meet
customize
is,
them for that
in the
fine-grained
Teams,
control.
we can also
And all of
know
this without a
notifications,
single
we can
line of
also
code.
chat with
And
each
finally,
other,
we've got
not only
text
have a
messages.
call, we can also
This is
have a
great
chatting
way
with the
to make your client's
contacts.
brand stand
When it
out.
comes to the Google
You can
Meet,
build
that is
live
not possible
text
for
with
us.
Images, gradients, or
Yes.
videos to
So
make it
that is a
pop.
major difference
And
between
it's
Outlook and
optimized for
the
SEO. So these
Gmail.
features have totally
And one more
changed the way
difference
that I work.
is
Now it's your turn. Head over to Wix
the
Studio
tabs,
to nail your next
whatever
brand.
the tabs we see, focused mails or social media mails or different mails we have, the Outlook UI looks like a very rich. Where it comes to the Gmail, it looks like a normal plain UI, not much rich. Where it is, Outlook is very clumsy. All the things will be provided in one tab, where that is not the same case in the Gmail. Gmail have different tabs for the different things. For example, last video we see when we click on the left side tab, we can see different things will be shown, sent mails or draft mails. That is the case. But whereas in the Outlook that is not the case. It's directly it will show the different formats. Everything will be in the same screen. So where that gives us very clumsy, whereas most of the companies or most of the organization go for the Outlook because it is very difficult to crack the Outlook. See, let's say when we go for the G Meets, let's compare two things. We have Google Meets and we have Teams. Where in case of Google Meet, there is an option called anyone can join. Very we say security is lit less than the Teams. Yeah, so that is a major difference. And also we'll have a look into the Outlook, how it is looks. I don't know how many of you aware of Outlook and how it is used. So I'll just show you the how the Outlook looks and how we can use that Outlook, and then we'll see major differences between the Outlook and okay. So
We're going to learn about Microsoft's Outlook software and it has a to-do list and some other things. So this is the beginner's guide to using here in the lower left corner. I'll just search for Outlook. Now there are different versions of Outlook. This one happens to be Office 365 Outlook. But if you have other versions of Outlook, they work very similarly. Even if you have an outdated version or even a future version of Outlook, will probably have most of these same features. So now with Outlook started up, the first thing it's doing is it's asking me for an email address. It wants to be set up. This version of Outlook on my computer is not set up at all. Now in most cases, I bet most of you are watching this video because your company or your school or your organization has set up Outlook for you already. So this step you may not need to do. Having said that, it is possible to add more than one account to Outlook. And so let's take a look at how to add an account. I'm going to type in an email address of mine and I'll click connect, and it's trying to add this email address to my Outlook. It wants my password, and then I like to click this checkbox, remember my credentials, so that I don't have to type that in
I
every
request
single
you
time
all
that I
please
access my email.
whatever
And
the
it looks like the
things
account
video
has been
is
successfully
showing
added.
that,
Now at this
please
point, I
just
can add
not to
another
listen.
email address.
You also please
about my Gmail
hands on
account?
that
I
so
click
that it
next,
will help
and
you
it's trying
the
to
practical
set up
sessions.
my Gmail account in Outlook.
I don't recommend
Again, I
just
need to put in
listening
my
to the
password,
class.
click connect. Now sometimes this doesn't work. So if you have any trouble with it, you can go here to advanced options and choose let me set up my account manually. Click done, and it should take you into your Outlook account. Okay, so here I am in Outlook, and now it's fully loaded up my email account. Now there's a lot to look at here, so let's talk about what we're seeing. First of all, Outlook is considered to be part of the Microsoft Office suite. And so if you're used to PowerPoint, Word, or Excel, you'll recognize these tabs and ribbons. Just like in those other programs, if you want to find a setting that's related to one of these tabs, you click on the tab. So I want to see all the folder settings. I click on folder, and the ribbon changes to give me information about folders. What about sending and receiving? I click on the Send Receive tab, and I get information on the ribbon about Send Receive. So that's what this is. Now, most of your common options are here on the Home tab, Home ribbon, and then notice that each of the ribbons has some groups. So there's a Move group, there's a Delete group, a Respond group, etc. Now, there is one tab that's special, that's different, and that's the File tab. When you click on File, it takes you to what's called the Backstage view. This is kind of a behind-the-scenes view of your account settings. Now, earlier I gave you a glimpse into how to add a second email account into your Microsoft Outlook. If you ever want to do that again, this is what you would do. You would click on File tab, it takes you to the Backstage view, and then just click Account Settings, and it lets you add a new email account. So that's one aspect of what we're looking at here, the tabs and the ribbons that we have here at the top. Now let's look in the lower left corner of Outlook. This is what we call the navigation bar. And basically what it's doing is it's showing you the different tools that are built into Outlook. So the most commonly used Outlook tool is email. That's what this icon represents. And when you click on it, you see your email address here at the left, and you can read your emails and send emails. But let's click on the second symbol. The second symbol is the calendar. So this is another tool that's built into your Outlook program. Next to that, we have contacts. It's a list of people that you know, perhaps people that have emailed you, etc. And then next to that, we have a to-do list. And you can add items to your to-do list just by clicking and typing. And then tap Enter on the keyboard, and it adds an item to the to-do list. And then, of course, you can set things like a due date, a start date, etc. So this navigation bar is how you switch from one Outlook tool to the next. In this tutorial, we're going to focus pretty much exclusively on email. If there's a lot of interest, though, I would be happy to do an intermediate Outlook tutorial and maybe some advanced tutorials as well. So let me know if you're interested. So making sure that you're in the email area of Outlook, you should see here at the left your email address. Now, if you've set up more than one email with Outlook, you should be able to scroll down and see those other email addresses too. We also have a favorites area. By default, the inbox is in favorites, and so are the sent folder and the deleted folder. So those are the favorites that are there by default. But you can add other things to favorites too. Let me give you an example. Down here, this is my email address, and I have set up previously a bunch of folders that I've used to organize the email that I want to keep. And you can see here's a folder called Computer Info. If I want that folder to be considered a favorite and to stay here at the top, all I have to do is right-click on it and choose Add to Favorites, and it should show up there from now on at the top. Now, what if you want to set up some folders for your email like I've done? How would you do that? Well, there's probably more than one way, but the way I add a folder is I just find the email address that I want the folder to be connected to, and then I right-click over that email address and choose New Folder, and then just give it a name. I'll call this Project 1. So any email that comes in related to Project 1, I'll be able to put it in the Project 1 folder. And there's the folder right there. Now, once you have folders, when you click on a folder, it changes the view in the rest of Outlook. Because I clicked on Inbox, it shows me a list of all emails that are in my inbox, and it picks one of those and puts it in front of me here so that I can actually read that email. Now, one thing to watch out for as you use Outlook, you'll probably notice a lot of arrows in Outlook. So for example, Favorites has an arrow next to it. If I click that arrow, whether on purpose or accidentally, it will collapse all of the items underneath Favorites and hide them basically. And then you can reveal them again by clicking the arrow again. And the same thing's going to happen with your email address probably at some point. So all of my subfolders that are in my account have become hidden because I clicked that arrow. If I click it again, they're revealed again. Now you'll also see some arrows. They're very small, but here on the ribbons, you'll see some arrows. Anytime you see a little arrow, that means that there are additional options that you could use if you click on the arrow. Okay, so watch out for those little arrows. They're powerful, but they're easy to overlook if you're not on the lookout for them. Okay, so I can click on a folder to read the email that's in it. I'm going to start with my inbox. And I want you to look over here in the lower right corner of Outlook. You can see that it says all folders are up to date. And I'm connected to, in this case, to Microsoft Exchange. Those are important messages. It tells me that I'm getting updates if I've recently deleted something out of a folder or put something into a folder. At this point, it's completely up to date. That change has been synced. And because I'm connected to Microsoft Exchange, I know that if a new email has been sent to me, that I'll get it momentarily. Let's look now at how to read email. So I have two emails that I should read, and they both look a little off. If you look closely, there are some broken images. By default, Outlook doesn't want to download pictures. So if you want to see the email as intended by the sender, you might have to click here and just click Download Pictures. It loads the pictures in and it looks a lot better. I can do that here as well, download pictures. Now, as you're reading your email, if you need to, you can adjust the widths of the different parts of your screen. You can make the list of all your emails a little bit wider, or the actual window where you read the email, make that wider. And same with the panel at the left. You can adjust it so that it's wider or more narrow. Now for me, at this point, I only have 2 emails in the list, but imagine what if I had 1,000 emails in here or a couple hundred emails. It might be useful to sort them in different ways, and we have a tool here to do that. I can sort by date, and that's typically the way it is by default. If I want though, I can arrange by who sent the email alphabetically. I can also sort it by the subject of the email, but in most cases, I think you'll want to choose arrange by or sort by date. You can also click and show only unread mail. That helps you to focus in on the items that you haven't seen yet. In addition to sorting, you can also search. So if I'm interested in just Bandcamp emails, I type in Bandcamp and it only shows me that email. To get back to the view of all emails, I just X out of the search and it takes me back. Next, let's look at how to compose an email in Outlook. Let's say that I would like to respond to this email. All I have to do is make sure that I've selected the email and then go up here to the Home tab, Home ribbon, and click Reply. Now, if there's more than one person that was included in the email, I could click Reply All, and everyone involved would get my reply. In this case, because I was the only one included in the original email, it's only sending my reply back to the original sender. At this point, I can type my message. I can include attachments if I would like, and there are a couple of ways to do that. When you're composing your message, you should get a Message tab and Message ribbon, and there you'll find Attach File. You can also attach using this tool here on the right. So I'm going to click Attach File, browse this PC, and now it's looking on my computer for a file to attach to the email. I selected the file, and it's now part of my email. As I'm composing my email, I can use all of the typical font and formatting options that you find in most Microsoft Office tools. You can see I can bold text, I can change the color of the text, center the text, underline, use bullets. There's just lots of options that I have available to me. When I'm ready to send the email, I might consider who else I could send the same email to. You can do what's called a carbon copy. If you click on the CC button, it lets you select someone else to send the email to, or you can just go down and type the email address of the person that you would like to send a copy of the email to. You can also do a blind carbon copy. And blind carbon copy means that this person will receive a copy of my email, but the other recipients won't know that this person was included on the email. So it's kind of like sending a secret copy of the email to someone that you want included on it. So I'm going to click OK, and I'm ready to send the email. So I click the Send button. My message has been sent, and you can see that there's a symbol here showing that I've replied to this email. I can also go here to Sent Items, and my message also shows up there so that I know that it was really sent. So even though Outlook can be intimidating for a lot of people, I hope that this tutorial has helped you to become more familiar with it and that you understand the basics of how to get started using Microsoft Outlook. In the future, if there's interest, I will post some intermediate and advanced Outlook tutorials. But for now, if you found this tutorial to be helpful, please click the like button below and consider connecting with me on my social media accounts like
Okay, so now I hope you are well about the interfaces of Outlook and Gmail. So let me put it this way, these two are the email services most of the companies are using in India, not only in India, all over the world. But we all see, right, you have seen the two videos. So whereas Gmail has a very open and very comfortable UI, when it comes to the Outlook, you are aware of Word, right? So the same interface, the top you'll see the same interface looks like a Word, or it looks like a micro, like this presentation. Let's say here we have a layout reset, here we have a size settings, we have a color, bold, these are the, we have alignment settings. So from here to here, the same thing will be given in the all Microsoft apps. Not only the Outlook, it gives in the slide, PowerPoint, it gives in the Word documents, Microsoft Word. Yeah, this can be a different side. Wherever the Microsoft application we use, these things will be the same. Now let's go into the how exactly the cloud is included with these things. Let's say we have a different cloud providers. Google is one of that, and Microsoft is also one of that. So in last class I told you every cloud provider will have their own cloud applications. So let's answer this question. I have one question. Tell me where exactly the Gmails and the Outlook Hotmails, where exactly these all things are storing. See, whenever we send a mail, it will contain some data, right? So that it needs some storage. Where these are all storing? I need some answers from you. I'm hoping you will answer the question. I'll repeat it again. Whenever we send or we receive a mail from emails, example Gmail or Outlook, where these information, where these mails are storing? Waiting for your answers. Okay, so I'll really reveal my answer. So whenever we create an Gmail account or whenever we create an Microsoft account, defaultly they will provide some storage for us. Let's say either Outlook or Google Gmail, both will provide us 15 GB of storage for everyone. Yeah, I am getting some answers on the cloud, mail server. Okay, good answers. I'll tell you where exactly these all things stores. Did anyone observe whenever we open the mails, if the mails are filled? Let's say example of Gmail. Okay, I'll show you with the examples also. I'll show you practically how it exactly looks. So let's say these all we have mails. Okay, so every mail contains some data, every mail has some storage. This storage will stores in your Gmail account. Whenever here if you open these all things, either you do it in the docs, you do it in the sheets, you do it in the slides, or whatever the things you use it, you create some data, or else if you open your drive. So drive is all about containing your data, right? So you have these all data. Let's say here, this is your storage provided by the Google. It's 15 GB of data. So not only these data which are in the drive or which are in the Google Photos or which are in the what we say these all things, sheets or documents, not only these data will store in that, these all mails, whatever the mails you are getting which are in inbox, will store the data in this cloud storage. In this 15 GB of storage only, these all mails will store. If you are completing your 15 GB of data, you will not get any mails because you are out of data. There is no storage where you can store your data. So in that case, if we get more storage, if we click on this get more storage, we'll get more storage. So it is 35 rupees per month for 2 months. We are getting 100 GB of data, or else we are getting 200 GB of data. If we get more data, then you will get a mails. Or if you have a free space in this 15 GB, then only you will get a mails from someone else. If this 15 GB is full with these reports, yeah, or something called with this, what we call these sheets, whatever we do, the documents, the slides, whatever we learned in the last class, right? So not only this, the Gmails also stores in the cloud storage, which is provided for your Gmail. Again, this data, these mails will only available in your Gmail. If you open other Gmail, you will not get these all things. Only these things will available, or you can see only in your Gmail. So that is where your all Gmails store. Where it stores? It stores in the cloud storage, which is provided for your mails. This is about the Gmail. The same thing happens for the Outlook as well. Outlook also will have 15 GB free data. We have different Outlook apps also. We call Teams, we called Outlook, which is provided by the Microsoft. We also have Outlook Notes. Yeah, these all things also available whatever we have in the Google. So same thing applicable there also. We have 15 GB of data where everything, whichever app you use from your Outlook account, will be stored in your cloud, which is data provided, the storage provided for your Outlook. It will not store anywhere. It will store in your Outlook account, which is in the cloud. I hope you understand this topic. So let's go for the activity, hands-on practice. So I just want you to do please hands-on practice, which helps you in the future. Whenever you listen to the theory, I'm not sure it will be for more time. Whenever you do hands-on, it will be fixed in your brain, which is done with your hands. So yesterday we learnt about what are the cloud documents, yeah, cloud applications we learnt, right, which are Google Sheets, Google Documents, okay, or we have Google presentations, we have Gmails. These are the Google, where it goes to the Teams, or we have different same for a document or a Google Sheets or Sheets, same we have for the Microsoft. So I want you to take one application, whatever the application is. You go for the document, or you go for the sheet, or you go for the Gmail. Gmail is not like a sharing of same data, so it will only share to whoever you send it, whereas it is not like a Google document or something. So you just took any of these apps. I'll show you. So any of this, you go for the Google document or sheets, slides, book, whatever the thing you want, you just choose this. Or you don't want go for the Google, you want go for the Microsoft, There also we have different apps. Choose any app, and I want you to work as a team. So whoever are in the class, just 2 or 3 people become a team, and one of you create the document and add the document to someone else, and they also will create the document. They will add the your mail, or they will share it through the link. I want you to work on same document at a time. Okay, I hope you will do that. You will do it now, or you will take as a homework. So I think if you do it here itself, it will be good, because for homework I'll give other questions or type of exam where you can have a recap of all the topics whenever you have something exam. So I hope you will do it. Please let me know through the chat. You will do it now. We have more, I think we have more 45 minutes, I think. Yeah, we have more 45 minutes. Yes, please let me know through the chat. You'll go with this practice hands-on experience now. We have 15 minutes for the session, and more 30 minutes for Q&A. So it can be done in 15 minutes. So my suggestion is, please go ahead. If you have any doubt how to do, let me give your opinions or give your things through the chat. So yeah, this is what you want to do. Just take a document, not document which is in your physical system. Please take a document from cloud. I don't suggest go for the plain document, go for the templates. Choose one template, and that template, what you can do, you can divide your work of team. Let's say we have any document of project. Let's say introduction and abstract I will do, and the conclusion and methodology you will do. So in that way you divide and share it to your teammates, and let's work on same document at a time. Let's see how you are able to see, like you will realize, right, how exactly these documents are working. So I just want you to do that. So I'll wait for your practice, hands-on practice. So for 15 minutes I'll wait for your hands-on practice. I hope you will do it. Yes, I hope you are doing hands-on practice. Please say yes if you are doing. And tell me what app you are using so that I can also have some knowledge on what you are working on and where we can do more hands-on practice. Please let me know through the chat. If you're doing, not if you're doing, you have to do the hands-on practice. And let me know through the chat on what app you are working on. You are working on Microsoft or you are working on Google. If you are working on Google, which application, like you are going for Google Documents, Google Sheets, Google Slides, or if you're going for Microsoft, you're going for Teams. What application you are using? Please let me know through the chat. So, what about others? Please respond. If you are not responding, I can think like you are not working. I may feel like you are not even listening to the class. You are not interested to do hands-on practice. Yes, someone is working on Google Sheets. I want someone who is working on like Microsoft side, not about the Google, because everyone knows about the Google, but a lot of people don't know about the Microsoft and their apps. I want someone who is really working on Microsoft. But some people are working on Microsoft Word, Outlook, and Excel. What exactly you are working on Outlook? Can I know? Like it is just like a sharing of data with someone through the email, but I don't think where you both or more than one person can work on same document or something through the Outlook. Yeah, Excel is fine, but what about the Outlook? you're clear about what exactly you need to do hands-on practice, or if you have any doubt that what exactly you need to do. Okay, once again I'll repeat what exactly you need to do. Just form a team of 2 or 3, just more than one person be a team, and one of you just create a document or create something Excel or create something presentation or something. Just share that same presentation or something with the teammates. Okay, with the teammates, and let's divide your work into either, if it is 2 members 2 parts, 3 members 3 parts, and let's observe that how exactly the persons can work on one document or one sheet. So you will know how collaborative work can be done with these cloud platforms or cloud apps. So just do that. It's very simple. If you have any doubt, please you can reach out through the chat. There are a lot of people are reaching out through the chat, where I'm very happy that today at least few people are replaying and having interaction through the chat. You are doing that. someone using Google Docs and Sheets. Yeah, this guy collaborating using with the Excel. Okay, good. Someone is doing some advanced things. Yeah, that's cool. I hope you are on track, like you are doing the things. Yeah, please make sure that you follow this, because last class I told you how to share the documents in different ways. It can be a general to anyone, or it can be only for the few people. So make sure that you are sharing the document with your known one, so that it will not affect your work, that documents. So I hope you are doing that. So we'll do one thing. I'll just recap what we have done this session, so that you can have any questions you have. We can just have a Q&A. So today we started with the understanding of what is mail services, what is email services first, and then we just jumped into the what is Gmail service, which works with the platform. Like Gmail is a platform where we can send emails. Yeah, we can also work about what is Outlook, what is the difference between Outlook and Gmail, who are the providers of these two, where Gmail is provided by Google, where Outlook is provided by the Microsoft. Yeah, and we also learned about how the UI looks, what is the difference between your Outlook UI and the Google UI. How can we collaborate with the different things? As I told you, from Gmail or Outlook, from Outlook we can directly have a calls of through the Teams, where Teams can be used not only for the calls, we can also have a chatting with each other, where that is one of the app which is provided by the Microsoft. So where it comes to the Gmail, we have a Google Meet. We can also have a Google Meet where we can schedule it through the Gmail, and where we can go through the Google Meet. That is the difference. And I told you the interface of Outlook from here to here, it looks same for the Microsoft applications of what we called, it can be a sheets, it can be a documents, it can be a Outlook, we called as hotmails. The Outlook mails we call as hotmails. So this interface is same. So it looks like somewhat clumsy, and it is like more advanced level of interface which is given by the Outlook, whereas for the Google it is very simple, very interactive, and very easy to use. So that is the difference between Gmail and Outlook. And we also learnt about what exactly the mail is, what is the difference between mail, why not this WhatsApp and Instagram will not call as a mails. Those are social media platforms as well, those also working on the cloud, but we don't call them as a mails, because for the mails we have some formats, we call that subject, that can be only shared with the Gmail addresses or mail addresses. And we also have a signature for the mails, we have body, we can share the same message or same document with the more than one person in the mails. Whereas if we go for the Instagram or WhatsApp, where we can only do the things with the only one person at a time. So that is the difference. And emails are the very formal way of transforming the data, where it goes to the chatting of WhatsApp or Outlook. That is not a formal way of doing things, that is an informal way. Yeah, that's what we learned about today, and we did some activity, hands-on activity, which is creating and sharing a document using cloud-based applications. So these are some cloud-based applications, which has Outlook, Word, Excel, PowerPoint. Yeah, these are the different cloud applications, but not provided by the only one person. These are the different providers we have. So yeah, that's what we learned today. So let's just have a quick Q&A session. Please, if you have any doubts to clarify, not only from today's session, from past sessions, if you have any doubts, once you go to home, you'll revisit the topics, right? At that time, if you find any difficulty or if you find any thing not clear, please let me know through the chat so that I can clarify your doubts. Just feel free to ask doubts. At least you are clear about today's session, or you have any doubts about at least today's session? Waiting for your questions. If you don't have any questions, please let me know. All clear? Yes. If not clear, please ask your questions. Please don't keep the chat quiet. I want someone to interact, someone to be active. When you are learning new things, be active. Whatever the thing, whatever the question you got related to these topics. Yeah, this video will be available in YouTube, right? So you can refer to that video so that you can get the all the things of PPT or whatever the links, videos. You can see through the live. Whenever you have a doubt, you can just go through that video and you can get the things done. I don't think again we need to share the PDF or videos with you. Yeah, I'll try to share the notes. If not possible, please you can go to the YouTube video, so that whatever we learnt in the lecture, whatever we learnt here, it's all practical and combination of theoretical, right? So everything will be covered in the session. So you can just refer to the video of YouTube. You can clarify that. I'll try to send the notes as well. Any other questions related to topic or related to today's session? Now, not about the notes and these things. We'll do it later about the notes and all. But first, priority is about the questions about the session. If you have any questions about the session or any doubts. I'll wait for more 5 minutes for your questions. If you have questions, please ask. At least if you don't have any questions, please let me know no questions, so that I can wind up the session. So no questions, please let me know. At least if you don't have questions, no questions, so that I can also have some idea about that. So just don't keep quiet. Why only one or two people are replying in the chat? Okay, so I think you have no questions, so that we can conclude for today's session. From tomorrow, we'll go more deep into the security of cloud, how security will provide, how security will protect our cloud, everything. So that's what for today. So I hope you will complete this hands-on practice after this session. So yeah, we'll wind up the session. Yeah, I'm winding up the session.
And can you please show this thing? Good afternoon. Welcome to another session of AI, IoT, and machine learning. Today we're gonna continue with the conditional statements, and we're gonna have one simple activity, a project which is based upon face detection. So yeah, let's go on to the topic. So as we already discussed about arithmetical operators in the last class, I would like to continue with this conditional statements. So first of all, what are relational operators? So to get to know about these are nothing but the operators like less than, greater than, and equals to in the topic. So you can find these here in the operators block. You can find less than, greater than, or equals to in the Boolean section. Yeah. So we have one more explanation about how these works. For suppose if 15 is greater than 10, it will return to true if we are using the greater than block. So it will take the input from the left block here, and then it will compare it to the right value, right side's value. So if we write 15 greater than 10, then it is true. If we write 10 greater than 15, then it's false. Similarly, less than, it will compare the left side operand to the right side operand. So 15 is greater than 10 will return false. 10 greater than 15 will return true. So actually these symbols are different. So less than it will detect. 15 less than 10 is false. 10 less than 15 is true. And equals to. In the result, it's only true if the first number is equals to the second number, or else it is false. So here we took the input of 50, then we have to enter if the value is 50 and in equals to 50, then only it will iterate. Now if and then block. So as you all know, we've been using this if and then block in the previous sections, and it is like if the if and then block will check whether the specified condition is true or not. If it is true, the block inside it will run, and then the script involved will continue. If the condition is false, the code inside the block will be ignored and the script will move on. So the condition is checked only once in this iteration. Anyway, even in the if and else block and if or elif block, it's the same. So now there is a tiny activity. So in this algorithm we can see there is one start button. If space key is pressed, then we have to glide. Okay, and then just like this. So let's do it parallelly. So I'll turn off the stage for and I guess this is flipped. Now it is running parallelly, and I'll switch it off for a while. Now there is Toby. So we'll take one backdrop, simple blue sky, and now we'll take when the green flag is clicked, then have to take one forever block, and in the after forever block, if the condition is there, one second. I guess, okay, thank you for your input. Yeah, I guess my audio is clear now. So I didn't switch on the mic, sorry. And yeah. So if and then, so yeah, the topic is cleared, but just revising the topic once more, and then we'll go to the face recognition topic. So yeah, when space key is pressed, we have to put the boolean in the if and then condition. So glide 1 seconds to the random position. So you will find the glide option in motion blocks. Oh, sorry. Forever, if and then, since flag is pressed, then in motion you will find glide to random position. So when I press run, when I am pressing space key, Toby is gliding here and there. So that's how we use the conditional statement if and then. So now moving on, if and else, if then and else block. So this is like the block will check whether the specified condition is true or not. If the condition is true, the code held inside the first C will run. Then the script will continue. If the condition is false, then the code inside the section C will run. So we have an example. So this is how it will work. Start, if the mouse key is pressed, if yes, glide to random position, if no, glide to the center. Similarly, we have to put the section mouse X and mouse Y and glide 0.5 seconds to mouse X and mouse Y, glide 0.5 seconds to 0 and 0. So it will change. It's a similar topic, so I'm gonna move on. So our next topic is about logical operators. So you know what is a logical operator, so like and or not. You can find these in the operators block. We have and or and not. So this is the pseudocode here. If the homework is completed and the time is past 8, so here we are checking two statements in one condition. Then go to bed, else don't go to bed. So here we are checking one statement and another statement in the same if and then block. So for that we use AND operator. So AND operator is used to determine if two or more conditions are true. If all the conditions are true, then okay, my voice is not clear. Fine. I'll just check it. Okay, I guess it's okay. Thank you for the response. Okay, is it audible now? Can you please respond? I hope the audio is clear now. Can you please respond in the chat box? Okay, fine. Yeah. And based on this, we can write the pseudocode like this. And this is the truth table for the different combinations possible with the pseudocode. So we have condition 1, 2 and decision. Okay, thank you for the response. Now the audio, thank you. Have you completed the homework and is the time is past 8 and the decision, should you go to bed? So these are three. If the first condition, homework is completed, yes, past 8, yes, and go to bed, yes. So the output will be yes. So if either of one condition is false, then the decision will be no. Similarly, so the block join between two Boolean blocks, so they both have to be true to return to be true. If they are both true, the block returns to true. If one of the true statement, none are true, then it returns to false. And now there is one activity. If the left button and right button, this activity is based on Quarky. If the both buttons are pressed, then we have to display the matrix as green, else we'll display the matrix as red. So we're gonna do it when we have the Quarky board. So I guess from tomorrow we'll have hands-on sessions of Quarky for the offline section, and for the online I will display the Quarky on the screen. Right. Now OR operator. The OR operator is used to determine if either of the two or more conditions is true. If any of the condition is true, the OR operator returns true. If all the conditions fail, the OR operator simply returns false. Just like we have a real life example, we should carry an umbrella whether it's sunny or it's raining. Otherwise, we should not carry it. So like that, in the previous example, if we want to derive the logical operation from the scenario, we have to follow these conditions. So the condition 1 is it raining outside? Second one, is it sunny outside? And the decision we are deriving is, should we carry an umbrella? So whether we'll get an yes or no from the program. And the pseudocode for us is, yeah, you all know, if it is sunny outside or it is raining outside, then carry an umbrella, else don't carry an umbrella. And this is the truth table. So we have 3 yes statements. Either of one condition is yes, then it is yes. If both the conditions are no, then it's no. Now this is how the operator block looks like, and you all know how to use it. And we have one more activity here, not operator. We use the not operator to reverse or negative a condition. If the condition is true, not will return to false, and vice versa. In some programming languages, not operator is denoted by this asterisk exclamation symbol. So we have one more real life example. If you can go to play only if it's not raining, otherwise you must stay indoors. Unlike the previous example, here we have one condition. So is it raining? Should we carry an umbrella? If it's not, return to false. Similarly, the pseudocode is written, if not, it's raining, then go play outside, else stay indoors. This is like reciprocating the if statement. So we are using not. And the truth table is, if it is yes, then no. If it is no, then yes. So these things you might seen it in some electronics as well, like you'll have logic gates. So this truth table and everything we'll do it in logic gates topic. So this if you know the logic gates topic, you will be very familiar with this topic. So yeah. Similarly, we have not block in PictoBlocks, this not, and we have one more activity with Quarky, and we have combining these logical operators. And how will we do it? So just to simplify the program and make it more efficient, we are using this combining logical operators. And here we have example. So sometimes we need to combine different logical operators to create a complex expression. If imagine you are in a library and it's open on Monday between 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. or Wednesday between 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. So they have two different types of outcomes are here. So here in the algorithm it is showing that when start is the day Monday and is the time between 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. If it is only yes, then library is open, right? If it is no, we have one more expression to be checked. Is the day Wednesday and is the time between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m.? If it is yes, then also it will return to library open. If it is no, then it's library closed. Then the program ends. So let's move on to next one. We have logical operators. We have a quick review of logical operators. What are logical operators? Oh, sorry, we already did. Now we have nested condition statements. So nested condition statement is nothing but they have in the name itself they are written nested. So they are multiple conditional statements in one each other. So we have if and else, right? So we have nested if is something continuously when we have to check multiple conditions in one program. So under certain circumstances we might have to deal with complex scenarios where using a single if and else loop might not be enough. So suppose we want to check if a number is divisible by 3 or 2 or both. So we need an if condition to check the number is divisible by 2. Within that condition we can implement another if condition to check if the number is divisible by 3 or not. By doing this we can check the divisibility of the number. So if we want to write a program for it, this is the flowchart. So start, input the number n. So we use say block. We use the say block in the sensing or answer what's your name. Here you can write input number. So the Toby will question like this. So it will take the input from user and will store the answer in our variable. So if n is n modulus 2 equals to 0, the remainder is equals to 0, then glow red LED. So it's a no statement. So if n is n divided by 2, remainder is equals to 0, then if n divided by 3, remainder equals to 0, and also yes, then it will glow the green LED. If no, it will glow the red LEDs. So this is the reminder problem. We have a activity with it. So we can use the ask enter number, just like I said, ask modulus 2. So to check the divisibility of a number we use modulus, right? So we don't need the quotient of the numbers, we need the remainder of the number. So here this block is nested if. So if inside an if or if inside an else, that is also a nested if statement. So let's check. So we'll take a boolean. Have to ask what is the number divisible by, or you just enter number. Then in forever we will have if else, elif, that's it. So we'll take one if statement, go to control, if, and then, or you can also use if else then and if then. This also works, but we'll put this. So if inside an if, then go to operators, we'll take one modulus, is equals to 0, 0, and you have to take modulus here and in this block. You have to go to sensing, take the output answer, if the answer is divisible by 2 and 3, then inside this block we can put this number is divisible by 2 and 3, else is not. Let's check. For suppose I'll just put 2. So this is not divisible by 2 and 3. And let's say 15. Not. So this is how we have the problem. You can just enter some random number and also it will give you the output. So this is how we use a nested statement. So this is one alternative. You can also use modulus and modulus. And coming to the loops, you all know this topic already, the forever loops. So the introduction is in the programming. Repetition of a line or a block of a code is also known as iteration. So a loop is an algorithm that executes a block of code multiple times till the time of a specified condition is met. So therefore we can say that a loop iterates a block of code multiple times till the time mentioned and the condition is satisfied. For example, I have considered a requirement where we need to print 100 numbers or a line of numbers in increment on order from 1 to 1000. You can use the concept of loops and get the desired output by writing just few lines of code. So these loops provide the facility to execute a block of code repetitively based upon a condition. So this block of code is executed repeatedly till the time a specified conditions remains true. So the condition is checked based on the loop's control variable. Whenever the condition rules are in false, the loop terminates. It is very important to keep this thing in mind while programming, that the condition should be result false at certain point in time. Otherwise, it will be an infinite loop. This block, block of code will be into an infinite loop where you will get continuous outputs. Okay, let's talk about this increment loops. So execution of loop is based upon iterations. To run a block of code in a loop, one needs to be set in a condition and set its number of iterations. So each time the condition is true and the block of code executes once, it is counted to be one iteration. Before moving to the next iteration, one needs to increase the count of 2 iterations, or it is 2. So this is called increment loop. So we have learned about the increment block and the operations like in variables. So we're going to use the same blocks here. For example, if we need to print numbers from 0 to 4, we'll execute a block of code with the print statements in 5 iterations. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 iterations to print 5 numbers. So with each passing an iteration, you will increment the count by 1. So start count equals to 0. Is count less than 5? If yes, we have to print count, and count equals to count plus 1, just like a equals to a plus 1 or a plus plus. So and if it is no, if it is not less than 5, then the program will end. So this is what we have. Just give me 1 second. So the benefits of loops are reducing the lines of code. Code becomes very easy to understand. And there are different types of loops. So we have for loop, while loop, and do while loop. Let's look into them. For, while, do while. So a while loop is a loop can execute a set of commands till the condition is true. While the loops are also called as conditional loops. Once if the condition is met, then the loop will finish. General flow of while loop is this: condition yes, execute iteration; if no, exit the loop. So implementation in PictoBlocks is, so we use this as a repeat until. So this is a while loop we are using. So here, so this block is held inside the block with loop until the specified boolean statement is true, in which the case of the code beneath the clause will execute. So this is one activity. So LEDs with Quarky we are doing with LED count. So it will take 1, 2, 3, 4 and glow 1 each LED in the Quarky. This will be the program. Since we doesn't have Quarky, we'll just skip the activity part if it's okay. And I didn't check the nested conditions. Okay, thank you Javed for the response. Nested conditions, so I didn't see it till now. Okay. Just give me, yeah. Put the chat box here. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Now for loop is needed for the iteration over a sequence. For loop executes as a specific number of times. So we use this repeat for these many seconds. So these many iterations. So we use this blocks for executing the loop in for loop in PictoBlocks. So blocks inside the repeat block will be a loop a given amount of times. But before allowing the script to continue, if a decimal is an input and the number is the rounded up thing, so where you can specify how many iterations it will work. So here it is 10, repeat for 10 times. And yeah, so ask which table you want to know, and we have to create a variable here and repeat it for 10 times. Join the answer and my variable to the answer. So my variable is set to 0 and it will increment, change the value of 1 by these many times. So let's do this. So this is the activity where you can print a table. Yes, so we'll have to ask a number. We don't need these blocks, so repeat for 10 times. So we use repeat. So we'll take one variable, set my variable to 0, and we have to change the variable. Okay, we'll go to control, take one more, repeat 10 times here, and variables, change my variable by 1. So every time it will take the increment, and then we have to do the table sequence. So go, let's say Toby looks, say this one, operators, join apple, banana, again and again. So here we have to use the answer that we took, enter a number or enter just make it want to no question mark, and will okay with the answer is there, so it will be 1 into so 1, so for suppose it's a 2 table, so 2 into 2 times 1 equals to 2, right? 2 times 2 equals to 4, so that's how we have to do it. So 2, so it's just a cross mark, so like we show in the multiplication, right? 2 cross 2 equals to 4, like that. And we'll take in my variables, so this is my variable, and the answer is, have to go to operators, take multiplication operator here, and here we have to take answer and my variable. Okay, let's just say it for 1 second, so then that will be good. Say for 1 second, and the answer is, in sensing you'll find the answer, and then in my variables block I will find my variable. So this is increment. In the set block we have initialized the value to 0, so it will start from 0, or you can start by 1, so 1 ones are 1, and if I enter the answer of the number which I took, it will give me that table. Let's see, first iteration, so I want to know about 4 table. So 4 to 4, 4 is 16, 4 5 is 20, 4 6 is 24, 4 7 is 28, 32, 36, 40, 44. So it will be 10 times, so it give the 11th one. Okay, we'll just put 0 here, and we'll start from 1. So now I would like to know about 5 table. 5 ones are 5, 5 twos 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, and the program is exited. So this loop, we call it as for loop, so the repeat for these many times, and we have the activity. So let's move on to one AI tool activity where we'll learn about face recognition. So as you all know, the introduction to AI is done, and let's look at the basics of face detection, what we have to make sure that in the slides. No, I can't present it here. Yeah, this is the basics. So what is face detection? First, the face detection is the action of locating human faces in an image and optionally returning the different kinds of face related data. So the method of face detection in the picture is complicated because the human faces are widely different from one and each other, but they can have different poses, expressions, postures, positions, orientations, skin color, have glasses, facial hair color. So if you take my face, I have a square shaped face, and the hair color is different, so then okay, we have very wide range of differences, right? So every human is different from every aspect, I could say. So then there are also differences in camera gain, lighting conditions of how the system will take the input, and image resolutions. So even we are using 720 MP camera, 580 MP camera. So yeah, so then how do we detect the faces? So there are two types: knowledge based and feature based. So we already discussed this. Knowledge based, we have this eyes, nose and mouth, and we have the ratio. So difficult translation by human knowledge have precisely. So this approach is not sufficient, so that's why we are using feature based detection here. And let's move on to the activity. So you know the extension called face detection, right? So we have to add this extension. So here it's already added, and now I'll take a this new program, and we have added the extension. So we have this analyze the image from camera block in picto blocks, where you can see it in the face detection block. So analyze image from camera. So if I click on that, camera is not ready. It's fine. So now my camera is on. So it took a picture of my, now it's the camera is working. So you can see my face is inverted here. So I want to change my face. So then I'll use on flipped. If I run this, it will be flipped. So now you can see me in the straight in the camera, right? So yeah, here you can see the output as camera feed and stages. So we have camera feed of me, my face in the face stage, on stage, and to control the camera we just did on or off, on flipped. So we are using on flipped because it's the orientations of cameras are different. In the camera status, in the transparency parameter, it's like if the 0 is defined, the camera is shown on stage is 0, and 100% is the video will fade out completely from the stage. So let's see if I put 30, 42. Let's see what will happen. So this is how I have my face is blended in the background. So what if it is 62? More. So here you can use the camera in the stage, but you can make it less transparent so that the camera will continuously take the input, but you can't see the camera camera output on the stage. So you can also do this, and there is an image of a girl here in the backdrop. In the camera there is one person. So this is the picture. This is how the stage looks like. And if analyze the image from the stage means like you can take input from the stage here. If you take input from the stage, so then it will switch on. So we are not using any images from the stage, we are using from camera for now. So and this is get faces. So get faces block is used to analyze how many faces are there in the camera in the stage. So we can take multiple, like 10 faces at a time, we have already discussed. And in the training, the camera is also one. So add class as Jarvis. So I can save my face here. So if this name is, the face's name is Johnny, so I can train my face to Johnny. Like the camera will analyze my facial specifications, like my eyes, the distance between my nose to my mouth, and my hair color. So it will save you as Johnny, just like we use face detection. Are you guys able to follow it, or should I slow down? Can you please respond? Okay, fine. Now this is now we are using get expressions block from the face recognition. So we can get expressions of the face like happy, sad, angry, neutral, disappeared, surprised, disgusted. So these are all emotions that from the face we can show up, right? So we can analyze these kind of expressions. So once we have done this, and get face, this block is the position of face where you want to analyze the input from. So have X position, Y positions, width and height of the face. So these are all the parameters that you can see here. Okay, I will let my, so here on this, in this image, so you can see the inputs, right? So this is how we can, this is how the camera takes the input from the face, based upon the lines here on the eyes, nose and the jaw line. So that's how it will detect your emotion. Now face expression detection. So we have an activity here. First we have to set up the stage. So when flag is clicked, let's see, when flag is clicked, turn on the stage. Then we have to analyze the image from the camera continuously. So let's take it from the camera with 0% transparency, and let's analyze the face. So we need, for analyzing, there is detection, we can run it. So if we run the program, so I have this one, and I have to change it for on flipped. So this is on flipped. So now being in the same posture, I'll just have to make to left, yeah, or I just put only display, yeah. Now you can see me in the camera, right? So in PictoBlocks it is a little slower, the camera, so I'll just put mine here so you can follow. Yeah, then let's go to the program. Say get expressions face 1, set Y position and X position of the face, and then set size to the 1%. So I'll just stop the program. Looks, say, now the Toby will be here and analyze my face, and it will show get expressions of face, right? And now we have to take set X axis and set Y axis so that you will see in motion. Set X axis, Y to the position of X position of face 1. So I have only one face in my stage, right? So we just have using X position and Y position here, and then let's see, set size, width of the face. So we have set size here, and the width of the face. So done. Let's run the program. So this is neutral, and this is happy, this is sad, my face is angry, and this is happy. So if you change your expression here, and you can see your, okay, I'll just remove my face. Now you can see the emotions that have been captured by AI. So this is neutral, this is happy, sad, angry. So you can just parallelly work on the project, so we can have a doubt section, please. So this is the program where we are writing the script. Can I get responses here? Who is following? Okay, someone is asking we can share the notes with us. Almaz Jahan. The notes has been shared to your authorities, but they have to share with you maybe within today or tomorrow. I don't know. We share the notes with your directly, so we don't have the access for that. So this is how I want you guys to work on this project first. If you have any doubts from here, I suggest you work from your mobile phones, because it is easy to capture your face or something with the camera. Even the laptop is fine. So let's go to face recognition, how face recognition works. So face recognition system will allow the programs to identify a person by analyzing the face landmarks of his or her face digital image. When a face is analyzed, its geometrical properties, size, position are obtained. A structure is generated that forms a pattern that is later sorted in a database. Once stored, the user's facial records is compared with the biometric features of each face that is scanned and allow adding new templates to make the recognition more effective. So, if the image matches a search, the system will alert the match that has been found. So, the match has been found, and the applications of the face recognition are it's used to detect faces in real time for surveillance and tracking persons or objects. It is widely used in cameras to identify multiple appearances within one frame, such as mobile phone cameras and DSLRs. Facebook also uses the face detection algorithm to detect faces in the image and recognize them. And modern phones have unlock feature which recognize the face and check whether it is authorized for access or not. And we have face mimic from Quarky. Since we just have to modify this code a little bit, so let's do the program once. So everything is same. Turn on video transparency, show the bounding box. So bounding box is nothing but so this box where you can see the face, right? For suppose it's like, okay, if I put it here, then run the program. So it will take my faces box, and yeah. Now analyze the image from the camera, say get expressions of face, how many faces are there. So if it get one expression of the face, yeah, okay, sorry, I'll just put this on the right. And if the expression of the face is happy, then you have to say it is happy. If this is sad, say sad, surprised, angry, and all these things. So let's do it here. You can just take it out and put get expressions of face 1, say. So now we'll add this block. Similarly, can, and we are putting this guy here. So this is neutral, this is happy. So the eyebrows, it is taking eyebrows. So if you have expressive face, you can try this on in your program. So this is like we are just mimicking one face and recognizing emotions of the face. So now let's do a face filter. So for that we need some face filters like these. So we have face filter of hard goggles, face filter of a crown, mask, everything, right? So when the sprite is clicked, I have to broadcast this message, hard goggles, and then when I receive crown 1, the switch I have to costume to crown 1. So this is how we do the program. Let's try it. So first I'll stop my program off. Yeah, now it's off. The program is stopped. And now we have to take face filters. So this is just like having one face filter. So when the sprite is clicked, to broadcast a message. Of the Google bunny ears. Wait, one second. We have a lot of face filters. And if I turn on the stage, so and we have to program it for the background. Turn on the stage with 66% or 51% transparency, and we have to select the backdrops from here. Just need one more. This is a white backdrop we have. And let's say, so this is how we can adjust the size of it. We can increase to 140 based upon the stage, and if we increase the transparency more, it will give us more output. So like this. We can create some face filter. We have more. So yeah, so forever to analyze the image from the camera, and we have to get the position of X. So set X to get position of face 1. So we have to select the backdrop, to take face filters again. So we have to check.
don't have multiple faces here, and I just want to take one more and have add the extension of face detection. Thank you for your patience. So the break is done. We're gonna have one more activity on finger tracking that we tried to do in the previous classes, but it didn't happen because of the camera fault. But it's sorted now. We are gonna do the activity with the finger tracking. So for that we have to download the human body detection extension from PictoBlocks. So I have to go here and just click this, then the models will be loaded. So let's get to know about this, like what the activity is about. So we have a ball and one animation of our hand. So we have to move the ball with our fingers. So as you all know, we have multiple tips of our finger, right? So I have my hand and I have tips here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and also it will take, so this is how the program will understand how to take the input from the hand, and also it will take the inputs from here and these parts as well, and the middle of the fingers and the palm, so that we can do the gesture control by using these. So let's see, the models are loaded for now. So we need first we need to analyze the camera from the stage, and we need to set the size of the ball. I have to delete Toby. So here I am taking not a ball, but I'll take one apple, and I'll take one forest background so that it will look good. Even without, okay, I'll take from a jungle. Okay, so I have a jungle and one apple with me. So I'll, from events, I'll take one when flag is clicked. So we have to set the size of this to 60. So even if you don't set the size, it's okay, but just to have a little space on the stage, I'm just setting it to 50. Size to 50, and then we are taking the stage, switching on stage. We just learned about this, but the stage has to be from the human body detection. Analyze the stage with 32% transparency. That is fine, and I'll invert myself here. So now you can see my face here, and I'll try to control the apple. So for that, I'll take one forever block, and we'll take the hand. From hand detection, analyze the hand. Then in the F block, if the hand is detected, then set X and Y positions to the top of the finger. So if we need this if and then block, if hand is detected, then X, set the position, set X position and Y position here to X and Y positions of the hand. So if we change, so I am putting it for top of index finger, or so we have all these, right? This is top of thumb, middle of thumb, this is middle of thumb, and this is bottom of thumb. So you can, okay, I want to control my apple with my bottom of thumb, so I have to set both positions to bottom of thumb. Then if we run the program, it is analyzing my hand and showing. Okay, let's see, I'll put the transparency to 84. Yeah. you all can see my hand, so it is tracking my hand's thumb. So you can see the dots, right? So okay, let's take another hand. So you can glide the ball with your hands. So this is how, even with one thumb it works, but you need to keep the hand open, because only if the fingers are open then the program will understand, right? So this is how you can control things here. Then let's, if you put some, if you want to do some magic, like okay, just have to control without anything, so it will also work. So it's taking my hands input, and when I am moving my hand around the camera, it is taking, so now it's not detecting, now it is detecting. Yeah. If I want to move from up to down, wherever my hand is, so it will track the apple here. So yeah. And if you want to try to close one with one finger, it won't work. And then it's, yeah, and so this is the program, so where you can copy the code of finger detection. So you can move your object in such a way that so it will run through. It's not yet detecting my hand because it's not, so it needs to see the entire hand, so then only it can. So these are a few errors and a few mistakes where you have to be a little concerned about. So yeah, so if you can change to tip of the thumb or tip of top of index finger, so the position will take to, so the position of apple will go to the top of index finger. Let's run it again. Yeah, so now it is analyzing my hand. Has to go to index finger. So this is how you can control. So far, if you have any other doubts or something, please let me know in the comment box. Someone said Tasman Peter present. So someone is asking attendance here. Rameshwar attendance, Tasman Peter. So you've been asking for learning notes here. I can see Google Docs or Sheets or videos. So just for the class notes, you can refer this live session or something. We're gonna share the notes so soon. So that's what we've been explaining here, and yeah, and the activity sheet today we're gonna share it with you guys maybe. So please don't copy from the internet and do it, but whatever you do, just do it genuinely. You're gonna have a drive link of or Google Forms where you can fill up the answers and submit. It will be easy for us. So if anyone needs this code, please write. I'll keep the display on, and we're gonna end the session in 5 more minutes. I have lunch break. So please, so far, if you have any doubts or any concept you didn't understand here, you can please let me know. I'll be here. happy to answer them. Or here, if you want to change the program or you have any other ideas, please let me know. We'll do it right here itself. Yeah. Camera mode. So we're gonna wind up the session for today. Tomorrow you're gonna have hands-on on Quarky robot, and also you're gonna learn about speech-to-text analyzation, speech recognition, and speech processing. So if you have any doubts so far, please. Now we're gonna end the session in 2 more minutes. I'm gonna be online. So if you have anything, please let me know in the chat box. Yeah, Muffin Khan told us no questions, sir. So, yeah, thank you guys. So, today, just to recall, we have learned about conditions, continuation of arithmetical operators, and about nested if, and also one activity on AI, which is face emotion detection, and one more activity which is finger tracking. So till here, even the offline sessions are also matched. Okay, and tomorrow we'll try to um, match with the online and offline sessions, so the content will be not more or not less here and there. So yeah, and also we would like to check on this activities, the sheets, the notes, the planners, or whatever. So we'll try to hand over these things to you as soon as possible. We'll work on it. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you so much for your time. We are I guess we are done for the day. There are no more classes. So yeah, thank you. Have a good afternoon.